All right, check. 1, 2. Okay. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Tired today. See how it goes. See if the coding wakes me up a bit. All right. Let's get everything going. So I'm just going to check the notes. Build a new list for this week. So last week, we did one thing. This is nearly finished, actually. We nearly finished that. So all these need coming over. So week 16. Week 16 of the game. 16th of June to the 20th of June. 16th to the 20th June. So the goals for this week: combat with NPC player reaction, player hostile, and the Spidean reaction. The NPC reaction to the player attacking it. So there's 3 more states of combat to do. And then after that, we'll draw a line under combat. We'll have the basics of combating. The system will be there. You'll only be able to actually fight one NPC, but when we actually go to implement the game proper, we'll be able to use the Spidean NPC combat system as a reference to build out more combat. And then after that, there's only one more gameplay system to actually do, and that's progression. How do we get the player to progress through the game? So like some kind of like progression tree, something, so you can unlock technology. Just a progression system in general. Okay. Let's get going then. So, we basically got to last week where the character could die. The hero character could die, and then I worked a little bit off stream on just a death screen. So it says you died. Pops out this screen here. Can load a previous game or I can quit the game. It's not by any means that great. One of the things it can do though, if we quick save, we can just straight away load to the last save. So there's a few things you need to sort out. There's no death animation or anything, so we need to put in room in the actual engine for that. And also, I should die again. It's easier if I get hit. I need to make these attacks really powerful so it kills me in one hit. Also, I can just exit out of this menu and he's dead there. That's a big problem. Okay. If we go to combat stats, we'll just make the attacks very strong. And then what that means is I'll just die in one hit. Now, I think probably work on to begin with, just putting in a space for a death animation. I don't have a death animation. But we can put in space for one, and we'll just play a different animation. And we'll play the crouch animation for him dying, so he'll just go down to his knees. So we need to basically be able to hook in when the character dies. So how would we do this? If we go to the attribute controller, it should be over there. And then we look at this where we say when we send the event death animation, that's picked up somewhere here, and then at the end of the frame it pushes an execute death ready state event. So this is what we can actually hook into to play a death animation somewhere. So I think the easiest way to do this would be go to the animation controller, because it's going to be an animation that we're going to fire. Would it be here? Maybe it would be the animated rig. Here it is. So it's not there. Combat attack state changed. So that sends the attack for the Spydian rig. Could do it there. Something else where we send a custom event though. Here. Initialize rig types gets set up. That's static, so that's okay. Probably do it here. So we do get game events, listen, G event, make ready. And then we need to say if the data if auto data equals e.data.tryandwrap execute death. So we need to basically get the playable character's ID, which is probably the make ready event. See where that's pushed on. 0. So this is get playable character. This is get game state. Get playable character. And that means the actor ID's animation controller. So this is e.actorID. And then we can just say AC send animation event animation type custom animation event type. We can just pass in E like that. Or we could probably pass in data actually. Unreferenced. Okay, let's just see if we get that. Maybe in execute death we do actually need who's dying. Yeah, we'll do that. NPC ID NPC. Maybe we'll actually do CID. Or just like owner ID. That can actually be data owner ID. And that can just be, it's not the playable character really, because we could use this for when anything dies. So that's dot, we'll just say e dot owner ID. What's going on here? Stop that build. There we go. Send G event death. So we can just basically anything, we can send the death for anything. Any ID rather than just a playable character. Alright, let's just see if we get any build errors. Whoops. So we don't want to save. Oh yeah, so if it's already dead, it just returns 0. It won't execute the event. I'm going to say we don't want to send that event twice. If we change the attribute value of an already dead thing, we don't want to actually send the death on the death event, but it won't. It'll early out here. Yeah. We do need to work on a system where we can instance these enemies as well. So we can have multiple creatures of the same type attacking you. We do need to copy that there because it happens on the end of the frame. What's the problem here? It doesn't like this for some reason. Execute cannot convert from initializer list. Okay, well, we'll just actually have a constructor then. And then if we go back here, we actually want to send the make ready event as well, because this is going to have to interrupt to make that. This is going to have to use the make ready event. So rather than send the data, we'll actually send the event itself. The make ready event itself. And that means that we can interrupt we could say we need to make ready something, basically, and that will be playing the death animation. And then once we've played it, we can execute the death event. We can execute the, whatever it is, the execute death event. Alright. So all I really want to know is if we just end up here when we die, just before we die. Okay. So there we go. And now we can handle that. So so this is per animation routine. So this is per animation routine. Do we just want to interrupt all the animation routines though? Just send to death. So we either want to do, so this is going to be per animation routine, which means that if we go to a swap to a different animation routine, an animation routine is just like a list of animations that the character is currently doing and that can change. So if we wanted him to, you know, swap to like driving a robot or something, he'd need a different set of animations. The thing is, it means we would have to define what onDeath does for every single animation routine. Yeah, we'll do that for now. That'll be fine. So we can always just call to a unique we can always just call out to a unique function on the actual rig if we want to generalize it. So this is, so we're going to say else if auto data AC try get custom event data g event make ready. I'm going to say so make ready, which call this make ready. I'm going to say if auto make ready equal if auto data equals make ready data try and wrap execute death. Then we need to do make ready begin and then we need to do rig dot set animation track 0 crouch, make him just crouch. Maybe we can just loop that. And then we need a callback for on animation end really. rig.get animation duration, crouch. Get the duration, and we'll just do after delay duration. We actually want to cache out this event. E E.end. See what happens there then. So you'll just set the crouch animation to be looping. I don't know if that'll mean he'll just continually like drop to a crouch over and over again, or once he's in a crouch, he'll just stay in a crouch. So we should look for the hero character to like crouch. He did go to a crouch, look. He does stand back up again though. What's making him stand back up again? So he goes to crouch. See if he comes back here. No, he didn't come back there. He did stand up though. So we set it to be crouch. Hit. Oh, he's calling the hit animation. That's making him stand back up again. Maybe. And it cues the idle. So maybe we could set that to track 1. Which means he'll be crouched over the top. It might look a bit weird. We'll see. That's good enough for me. All right. Okay. Let's load the game. It probably does need to be 0 because he's not blending there. I don't think. It looked like he just went to the crouch rather than like crouched down. Okay, so what we need to do here then is we still want to play the hit animation, but what we want to do is we want to cue the crouch animation if we're dead. So we still want him to react if he gets hit when he's dead, but we just want him to go back to crouch. Let's just see what happens, see what that looks like. It's hard to see actually what happens because he just pauses immediately. Or we actually just put a new routine on him, which is the death routine. That's probably the thing we should do actually. Because then we don't have to author this. This would have to be authored every single routine. Like, have different routines like harvest ground item. We'd have to make sure. What does he do when he dies with harvest ground item? Okay, we'll do that. We'll make a new routine. Struct hero death routine. And really we just want this, just the animation event. Because we're just listening for the custom animation event for dying basically. That's it. That's all it would be. We need to actually get the animation controller out. So you just need to do if rig.id is not equal to e. It's not there actually. It's here. If rig.getID is equal to make ready actor ID, we want to apply to the current actor of this rig. Okay. So we need to go back to whoever is calling this again. Here. So I think We need to know when to push on this new routine now. Rig types. So the spiding one seems to set the routine in the actual rig. So we could do that here as well. Let's just see where this is being called from. It's probably being called from initialize rigs. And the animation controller, actually. Initialize rig types. Which is static, which is fine. So yeah, we can do it right here. We can say get game events. Listen. G event death. Whoops. Have the owner ID. So we can get the animation controller of the owner ID and check that we are the correct type. So this is e.ownerID. If we are the correct type, we need to do AC play animation override routine, hero death routine, like that. So on death, we just play the death routine on the rig, and then when death, that means that that routine will start receiving the events. There might be things that we need to actually implement with this routine, though. It says the associated straight constraint not satisfied, so that just means it needs to go in here. So when something dies, it's in the Hero Pro rig that is of type Hero Pro rig, it will just start the animation routine, the death routine, which doesn't do anything. All it's going to do at the moment is just listen for this event, which is when we're about to die, and it will play this animation. So let's just check we do get this event. So there's a couple of things we need to implement the constructor. And these routines might need tightening up in general because they might want to actually do an on leave. Because we might be in the middle of a routine and get interrupted, and the actual routine might want to clean up stuff. So we might have to do that. We'll just check what happens here if it does actually do an on leave. Not sure. So when we die, start the so all it does is it sets it. If there's currently one there, it won't call on leave. So we maybe want to do that after this. And there we go. The death routine's started to receive this event now. Oh, we're hanging though. It's getting sent it over and over again. Oh, we need to test if it's custom, if it's a custom event. If the dot type is not equal to custom, we'll just return. There's a bunch of events that come through. It needs to be a custom event. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that straight after this. I need to go make a coffee if this works. The kettle wasn't on this morning, so I had to turn it on, which means it takes like a half an hour to heat up because it's a massive boiler. So I have to go and get coffee now. It'd be heated up by now. There we go. Oh, he does stand up though. Why did he stand up? Oh, because he got the hit again. That's interesting. But we're on a different routine. So we want to, well, we have set, what is it? Animation controller. Play override routine. Someone else is doing that. No, it's not. Why is he standing up then? Okay, so we're just going to listen for set animation track. So we're setting hit again. We're back in the roaming routine. Oh, I wonder, yeah. It's sending it, okay. If there's an override routine, we send it. Else, we send it. I think it needs to be like that, actually. Don't want him to stand up. I just want him to crouch down and stay there. There we go. Now he stood up. What's going on? What's going on? This is for the crouch one again. There wasn't enough time there for him to stand back up again. Can't get him actually to stand up now. Can't get the guy to hit. There we go. So he is in hit. So there is no override routine anymore. Interestingly. So that got nulled away. Let's see what happens. See how that happens. Whoops. Someone turn the death routine off. Whoops. My God. That's so crazy. Standard template library. It derives of so many things. Break when value changes. All right. Override routine reset. Ah. So if the tick returns false, we reset the override routine. So this has to be standard optional, really. It might not actually have a tick. So it's if result and result equals false and result value is false. Yeah, that's a bit of that's solved a potential bug in the future. The problem there was that we were saying, like, if you have a tick and you return false, it means I've ended the routine, which you might want to do in some situations. But if there's no tick, so the death animation routine, the death routine didn't have a tick, it stays at false, which means but we don't want to end it. So now this sorts that out, I think. It has to actually be set, so meaning that the tick has to be there. Okay, so what we're looking for now is just for him to be hit and not move back to standing. It's actually fine when the game pauses sometimes before the animation can get played, depending on what the Spidey has to do. There we go. He didn't stand up there. Right then, so that is that sorted. So we have a death animation, or a death override routine. We do still want him to respond if he gets hit, though, I think. So how do we get the hit animation to play? Custom event, combat attack. So here, else if it's an attack, but we just want to cue, so we want to play the hit, but cue the crouch. Like that. There's no ticker either. I wonder if we could do that actually here. Because right now we'll just probably just go straight into crouch without responding to that last hit. Yeah. It would mean making this a little bit more complicated though. So we could play the hit, cue the crouch animation, and then we just need to wait until the crouch animation has played one frame or one loop. Or we could do something like rig.get duration hit plus rig get duration crouch, and then we could just do this. So he'll hit and then he'll crouch. So he'll go like, ugh, we've been hit, and then he'll go down. And then if he ever comes back and gets hit again, he'll just do the hit crouch routine. Yeah, we need like I wonder if we could do this on track 1 and this on track. So the crouch on track 0, the hit on track 1. And then basically we just play the hit on track 1. If you get hit again. See how that looks like. So hopefully that means his legs will stay crouched. We'll see. Depends how the animation's been set up really. He's not crouching at all there. Yeah, his legs must have keyframes in them. Try it the other way around. I mean, eventually this will probably just be an actual death animation rather than just a crouch, so we shouldn't spend too much time on this. Let's just do 10 times the duration, just to stop that the death screen coming too quick, and we can just watch the Spidey and attack the hero and see what the animations look like. All right. So he does look like he's getting knocked. And that also threw up another little bug there, where the death screen came. The fade happened too early. There, the fade happened. He's still getting smacked. You can still see he's getting hit. So that's good enough for me. So we do need to stop that fade coming too early. That fade is probably responding to make ready as well. I reckon that's what's happening. Yeah. So this is the fade that fades to red and says you died. This happens at the same time as the death animation plays because they're both responding to the same execute event. So the quickest way to solve this is to have another one, which is basically an execute death menu event. So that opens a death menu there. So I think, right, I'm going to have 2 minutes so I can make a cup of coffee because I haven't had one yet. And then we need an execute death. And then once that has played, which has all the animations in it, we want an execute death menu, which will fade in the you died and the red bit, and open the menu. It just means I can space out all the death over multiple like events, because lots of things probably will need to respond to death, including playing all the animations. But there might be like some music that needs to be played, and if the music is like an arbitrary length of time, depending on what I author it, or maybe we've got different songs, I want to be able to control when the red screen fades up and it says you died. It might be at the end of the song or something. It might be like a 10-second song or a 5-second song, little death jingle. And I just don't want to have to hard code how long that is. That wait is like, here I could just be like, put a delay in of like 10 seconds and then it would just basically fade up after 10 seconds. But it would be nice to be able to have it controlled by the game rather than just an arbitrary 10 seconds. Controlled by the animations or controlled by the music or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. There we go. Yeah, so let's make this event execute death menu. And it's basically the same as this. Whoops. Just move that into the source file. And then we want these. It's exactly the same event, really, just with a different name. So in the ready state event, in the the game state events here, if we're listening to execute death, this is execute death menu. If you want listening to execute death, we want to push a new ready state event. E.actor ID. Execute death menu like that. And this fade listens for the execute menu event, wherever it is. Where is the fade? Here, this is the execute death menu event. So what we should see now, hopefully, if this works, is that the red fade won't happen until we've dealt with all the animation stuff. Or it won't work. Which is also likely. So he wants to die. Wait a bit. There we go. Then he says you died. So that works. Obviously, we don't want to wait that long. What was it? Rig types. We just probably want to wait. Well, we'll just see what it looks like with the just the hitting the crouch routine together. Too long? That feel too long? Maybe just on it for the hit routine. It doesn't really matter. It means we've got space now. We can put this duration could be anything, and the death screen won't load up until after it. After the duration has passed. So we can tune it later. Yeah, that's good. Alright, happy. Next job. We were going to actually work on an on leave, weren't we? What happens if you leave an animation routine too early? So the animation controller is here. If override routine cancel animation override routine. So that's cancel. So it has a cancel. We've called it cancel. Is there such thing as a begin? No. I mean, this cancel is callable is a terrible name as well. We're going to call this. So that's. So this ticks the rig. T.cancel. So just like if anything has got cancel on it. So this is. This should be called rig tick is callable. Rig on animation event is callable. Cancel is callable. No, we're not going to have that. We'll call this routine animation routine on leave. On leave is callable. On leave. And then this is actually called on leave. And then we want void on enter. So we want an on enter, and we probably want an on tick as well. So we've called them tick there. Let's tick on the rig. There's nothing really to do with ticking the routine. Let's just see where this comes from. Probably have an on enter, you see. So you have 3 states usually: on enter, on tick, and on leave for the routines. For anything really. Anything that needs to be ticked. Right. So let's see where this comes from. Update animations here. So this isn't the rig tick, this is the routine tick. This is animation routine. On tick is callable, and it's gonna have to be on tick. I'm just gonna rename it from on tick to tick. Do it like this. So we just need the on enter. So we have this thing called cancelled for this one as well. So we set a cancelled flag. Yeah. We'll probably just name that. Well, cancelled's fine. It's fine. So yeah, because this needs to know. Why do we need cancelled? If it's cancelled, go back to idle. That's what it's saying there. Don't know if that's great, really. 2 there. That is animated rig. Let's change the name there as well. Okay, so this needs a bit more work. Animated rig on tick is callable, and that's just tick. Actually, even using that one, so now I think actually on leave, on enter and on leave needs the actual rig as well. Rig. And then the actual routine that needs this. This is animated rig. We won't put it there. We'll put it in the roaming. It's temporary. This is just to test it. And no more places. Let's build that. Brill. So on enter, so we need to get that to call somewhere. So when we do override, it calls cancel. It sets a new animation, creates the new animation routine, and then it basically wants to call enter there. So does this get called straight away, or is it only in an override? No, it's not even built. Let's just rebuild. What I want to know is how the initial routine gets started as well. Because this is called from code. You know, when I want to override the routine, this is called. What about if we're just the default routine? Where is that set? It's maybe here. We'll find it. I'm definitely going to need an on enter here. There is now. Right. So we're already playing this routine. So we probably want a question with having an on enter is when we actually cancel it, when we end the old animation routine, do we call enter then? We probably do, don't we? So this needs to be rig.leave. What is it? Cancel animation override routine. Like there. And that probably needs to call on enter on all of the other routines. I'll call it. So we'll cancel this. And then we will call on enter on the rest of those. We can't because we might be immediately setting the new one. So we want basically an enter animation routines. Enter animation routine. Let's just put this both of these in private so you can get away with that. Okay. We'll cancel it. If there's an override routine, we will cancel it. And that just checks anyway. So we'll make this return void because he's not using it anywhere. Not using that bool anywhere. Set up routines. All right then. Get the compilers out of the way and we'll just see if we can have enter and leave. Okay, so that needs to be public. The enter I don't think does. That's called an initialize on the Spiding rig. We'll just cancel the override routine there. Yeah. So that does need to be. Yeah, it does need to be public. Cancel animation override routine referenced in the crafting menu. I'm just going to say that that needs to be rebuilt for that to work. Not touch the crafting menu. All right. So just want a breakpoint to fire really on the enter. There we go. So now we're entering this for a roaming routine. So we're in now the Spideans rig. Ooh, and we have a crash there. Source is not ready for this. Not available. So that all the D's there. So that was okay. We've got a crash for some reason. That crash isn't great because it didn't happen then. There was not much of a stack trace though. Could have been firing this. There's no real problem with doing that though. Let's just do a full build. Just want to see if I can catch that crash again. And then the next thing we want to do after this is let's have a quick look at the load game system. If this is no crash, we'll just move on. You can see there that it doesn't. That's completely. It needs to be more modal. Like, we shouldn't be able to click off this menu, this death menu. I'm going to run this a few times. It doesn't look like it's a crash. It's concerning because I don't want a memory bug. Everything worked fine. Okay. So we'll check that in. And we can either work on the load system. One of the things is that I noticed when I did this menu, where was if we just load a game, that's a quick load, and then we die. Oh, we have a crash. Right, let's see if we can get a stack trace. This is just junk. So it's when we're executing an event. This event here is junk. So this is this pushing an event while we're executing another event? Type of bug that would cause this. So we're executing an event and we're pushing another event on. So this needs to be ideally on end frame. So it returns the event though. Oh, that is annoying. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. Unless we return the event ID. We get a new event ID. We could return the event ID, but it won't be there immediately. It'll only be there. So the other way to handle this, which is not great, is just to do this actually on the end of the frame. There. It'd be nice to do it inside there. So then it just happens always at the end of the frame. The problem is that sometimes we want to get the event back out again because it's a push. So you want to immediately return the event. So I think we'll just go with this for now. I might just actually which means if E gets any bigger, we start doing a copy there. That should stop that bug now. That bug was happening because we were pushing an event inside of executing another event, which means we were inside an array of events, and then we pushed one on and it reallocated the entire array somewhere else, which meant all of a sudden this event was trash. I think that was what the problem was. So we're getting all D there in the which is the free all D in the actual memory footprint, which means that the memory was freed somewhere else. Cool. Alright, if we get that crash, we'll explore it more, but I think that's sorted, that crash. The next thing I want to work on, I think, is probably, there's two places we can work. What I was saying before was if we don't actually, so if we load the game, what's going on here? Oh no, we have got more crashes. Okay, this is something that's not working here. Oh look, we've got resetting an override routine at the end of the frame. Sorry, resetting, should be resetting the, we're resetting a override routine inside of, this is a loop, this. Needs to be there. That should sort that out. It was quite a nasty crash, that took quite a long time to crash. So yeah, if I load the game and then I die again, there should be a button there saying load the last save, but there isn't. So we need to figure out where we are loading the game. That'd probably be in game state events. Load game. Execute load game. So that's on quick load. Load game. Both called execute load game. So save load game state data game save ID. So what I kind of want, hang on, is if I load this game, I want to actually, the game state's got the current save ID somewhere. Current save ID. Current game save ID is 0. I want it to actually set it. So we'll do it here. State dot current save. Set current save ID. Okay, we'll do it there then. I'm going to do game state dot current save ID equals save equals data game save ID. Doesn't have any member called that though. What's it called? Current game save ID. What do we say? Current save ID. Current game save ID. So that means now, hopefully, if we load the game, there'll be a little button there which says we can load the last saved game. The last loaded game. So if we save, we need to actually set that as well. Execute save game. Might already do that. We do. So the save should work. So let's just load the game. And then if we die, should have a button there in theory now. Yeah, load last save, yeah. So then let's just save up here. And then die. And we load the last save and it's up here. Right, brill. Let's just check quick save. So that was down there. And if we load that, it's down there. Yeah, that's working. Brill. And then the next thing I want to work on, all kind of little bits these, is when you die and you get that menu, you shouldn't be able to click off it. Like the default behavior for clicking off a menu is if I just click off the screen, the menu goes away. I'll click off the menu. If I click anywhere off the menu goes away. Now we want that for almost all menus apart from this one. If you click off the screen here, I want it to, well, basically you're not allowed to, you have to. You have to load a game back up again. So we need some kind of thing in game menus. Get closing bounds. I wonder actually, we could just return a null opt there and then say it can't close. That might be a really easy solution. So it's already got it. So if we do that, so if this returns null opt, which it did already. So if you click off this now, so it's already returning null opt. So can't do it there, unfortunately. Okay, so we need to introduce it further up then. It's in resume game. Basically here, this is where we're going to tell the menu to close. We need to actually hijack this somehow so that we don't close the menu. So we've got, let's have a look. This current menu, death. How would we do this then? We could do something like bool is modal. Like that. And then bool result is false. So a modal menu is a menu that you have to interact with to get it to go away. Game menu is modal. Velocity, hey, how's it going? Mr. Consistent, you reckon? And then we want result equals x dot is modal. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, good. That's a very C thing, that. Yeah. Yeah, great. There's a built-in thing called offset of structure and member. So like foo ma. But yeah, try and do it yourself. It's awesome. I watched the Ill trailer. It looks very scary. It looks mint though. Ah, right. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice one. Defined as void pointers. Yeah, it does look good. It looks absolutely horrible. There's like zombie babies at the end. Did you see that bit? That's insane. All right. So now here, wherever we were, else if not current menu is modal. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, they do, don't they? It's crazy. It's amazing, like the rigs they have, the animated rigs they have on there. All of the like, you know, they've got like solid form deformation rigs. That's mint. Yeah, yeah, definitely. So your classes in Unreal Engine defined as void pointers, like the pointer to them, don't have a type. Can you get the type from Unreal? So the death menu we're gonna say is modal. Yeah, okay. So you can cast it to a byte or something. Byte pointer. See if we end up there. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. So this should be modal. There we go. It is modal, so we can't resume the game, which is good. Need to interact with that. That's it. That was easy, that. Got death in the game now. Where the UI isn't in stereo, you mean stereo 3D. Okay, yeah. It's getting like double ticks. It sounds like a bug. A debug. Good to solve it. Right, okay. Detect the position, yeah. Experimented. Does the Unreal Engine not have any kind of reflection in it? I mean, it does have I know it has reflection for the editor, but I mean for the coder as well. So do you need to find like the position member by name? Because it might change throughout. Yeah, if you change the structure around. Right, you can die. So if I die again, you should have that button there now to load the last save. Alright, that is it. That is death. It only took a day and a bit to make that, or maybe an afternoon and a couple of hours in the morning. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sounds complicated, man. Alright. So then combat stats. We'll just make it so the Spiding's not very powerful anymore. We get to check something off the list. Player reaction, there we go. Now then, player hostile. That's the next thing. There's nothing in the game to attack the Spidian. It's fairly easy to just dodge all of his attacks. I'll have to work with real enemies, making it a little bit more complicated. Yeah. So does Unreal Engine have like a tile-based renderer, like Windows does? So you invalidate certain areas of the screen. Never looked into how Unreal Engine really works under the hood. Slate. Okay. We'll have a look, yeah. So this is like to build a widget, to build a button. Ah. Wow, look at this syntax. Wow, man. It's mental syntax, isn't it? It's accessing everything by square brackets. Yeah. Very link. Yeah. Wow, cool. I don't have anything like where you can bespoke create like widgets in this engine. I have a load of widgets that I've made and then you just use them, like combo box and button and text box and syntax is not easy, really. Yeah, it's the thing about UI is it's not easy in general. If you want it, they're trying to go so general purpose there where you can make your own widgets. UI itself, that's very hard to actually make simple. Yeah, I just have so say like I wanted to make find one. So I have an event, play animation routine, which has an event ID and a name. And then if I wanted to make some UI for that, I would implement one of these for the event. And then in the draw, you get the canvas that's currently being used by the editor, and you get the routine that you want to draw, the thing you want to draw, and then you just put the little bit of code in there to draw, you know, a text box where you can enter in the ID. And it might draw a label if the entity's real in the game. Look like a green label. Then it draws a combo box for all the routine names. And that would create a little widget which has a text box and a combo box underneath. And then whenever the editor wants to draw an animation route, the play animation routine event out, it can just call this. Layers. Push and pop layers. For the UI. So it's all the editors in the game are the same layout. So there's like an icon buttons down there, and then there's a left panel. So when you just click on something, you get the left panel. So all that class there will be drawn in the left panel usually. But if you wanted to do another, like a custom layout, you could still call it and it would draw it there. So the event, so if I had another event in. Oh, that's the wrong place to do it. So what was that event called? Play animation routine. There, it just draws the NPC and then the label, if the NPC exists, and then the routine. But there's no layers as in like... Do you mean like drawing things separately or on top of each other? Or Z order? So the Z order comes by canvas. So this left panel is a canvas. If I wanted to draw something over the top, like this combo box drop down, that's another canvas with a Z order that's bigger than the one behind it. So it gets drawn behind, it gets drawn in front, and then obviously all of the mouse input and stuff comes to the top one. So the ZI does not buy a kind of widget, just buy canvas, which is this canvas. So this canvas has a Z in it. Yeah. And then when you set up the canvas, you get to say which Z you want, where you want the canvas to be in the draw hierarchy, yeah. So obviously, like, the tooltip there, it's like right at the top. And then, you know, the options, and then underneath. And then this canvas here, which is the main board, is drawn behind. So like the input, the input's looking at the left canvas now, and then when I move the mouse onto the board, it looks on the board canvas. But then if I move it off, you see it stops looking at the board canvas because it's drawn behind everything else. So it's just how I control like not being able to click through things. Then you can do other stuff, like you can define these little icons as well. There is a bunch of Object UI renderer has a bunch of stuff in it. So if you're wanting to just draw like these little arrows or this little X icon, you can override a class, specialize a class to do that. Icons, good gizmos. There's not interactable like gizmos. It just allows me to be like, I know that this is like a person with his arms in the air, and I just know that that's a spawn just by looking at it. So it's just really just label, really. But I only have basic gizmos. Like this is a gizmo, so I can move individual points on the collidable zone, or I can like add new ones in. And then obviously like the ponds, like that's a UI gizmo that draws the circle there. And then I'll put like a puddle in, change its shape. What else do I have? That's a cool little and then they turn into things that I can move. So these are all like little gizmos, yeah. But I don't have like the XYZ gizmo that most things have. What else do I have? Just drawing a path out. So you can just like draw paths, and then you can use the code to make things follow the paths. Right now you can specify what type of path it is, because there's only one type of path, which is a monorail path. So I just built that for the monorail system in the game. Cheers. But yeah, I think what that slate thing's doing is like if you wanted to make your own text box, you could use that. I don't think I need that level of customization. The UI or the gizmos, the path drawing, no, not really. I think it's on this. I streamed it all actually, making the paths. I've got like a VOD channel on YouTube. Couldn't tell you where it is though. No, it probably only took about a day or two to do the path stuff. This builds on top of like the APIs that I've written to handle input and stuff, so it's not completely from scratch a day or two. There's a lot of shared stuff, like all of the selection routines, or that making things like hovering over things is shared. That's shared by everything, you know. So if I wanted to make like the path, select a point on the path, I just use the same routines to select like that I would normally use to select anything, so I can build on top of that. The system, like the whole like selection, what things are in focus and not, is quite a complicated system. That wouldn't take me a day or two to write. That's probably like 2 or 3 weeks of work maybe. Yeah, so everything uses, there's a system of, there's like an input system kind of. So it's not even dependent on whether it's mouse or keyboard. If you're doing VR, you could use that as well, or whatever, or Kinect, or anything, game controller. And that input system is used everywhere there is input, in the editor or the game. So like the menus in the game use the same. This uses exactly the same actual UI system as this, as the editor, but it's just got a different style, you know. You can, like on that Unreal Engine example you said, you could actually define your style, couldn't you? You could do the same here. So I have like a game UI, let's have a look, style. So the game UI style, so this is just a style for all the buttons and stuff, all the UI in the game. And then there's the editor one. It's context menu one. So if you want to differentiate. So what I've decided I'm going to work on after I've done all the prototyping, which we're nearly there, is I'm going to go back to the game UI and I'm going to actually make the game UI, but make it as if it's going to be the finished game UI. So we'll be messing around with all these styles and stuff. Yeah, so you get to change like the colors, and then you get to change how things are actually drawn if you want. I have to remember how to do all this. So there's a thing called an IUI renderer, which has got like an interface for drawing UI, and a lot of these are pure virtual. So if you want to define how to draw a button, there's millions of places. There's 3 places. So this is how you draw a button in the context menu. If you draw the string, then you draw the string, and you draw a quad outline if you're hot over it. This is the editor one, which is the same actually. No, it's context menu one. Where is it? So this is the editor one. And then this is the game one. This is the game one. So I'll be working on this. So this plays sound effects and stuff. Like the editor one doesn't need to play sound effects. Yeah, it's exactly the same. So you just basically define a load of colours. So you can define the colours and the fonts and things, and then you can actually define what it looks like here and how you want it to work. Like play a sound effect. Obviously, you don't want the editor to play a sound effect, but you might want the game to play a sound effect when you click a button. So I'm going to be working in the game UI renderer probably for the next. It'll take a few weeks after I've done this gameplay prototyping stuff, and we're going to go in here and really customize what buttons look like and what panels look like and everything really for the game. But this is where you would do it. Yeah. I personally don't want an editor to play sound effects. But yeah, I mean, so does Windows, doesn't it? Sometimes that plays sound effects. Obviously in the game you do. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Why they decided to do that. And all this receives is the state, you see, the button state. Whether it's pressed, whether it's hot. So pressed means the button's been pressed or down. Well, not pressed down. It means it's activated. Because a button doesn't necessarily need to be a push button. Hot is when it's it's about to be pressed. It's like hovering over it in the mouse case. But obviously if it was a controller, this would be a different thing, you know. Focused is when you want the button to do the action that the button would do if you clicked it. So it has a few states, you see, and then it just draws what it needs to do for each state. And then that's these buttons here. So when I go into a little sound effect plays there, if you can hear it, a little click. And then if I push down, a sound effect plays, but it's not pressed yet. I have to like release my mouse to press it. So if I move away and I release it, it doesn't actually press. But you want some buttons to press immediately. You know, if it's like more like an in-game menu where you're, I don't know, doing combat or something, you want it to immediately press. So you can define them differently. But if you actually release the mouse and you're still over the top of it, it pops up the UI there. So like scroll bar buttons, you want immediately to work when you press them down. So then they can do that. But not that. You want that to... Yeah, so the API is similar for mine. Yeah, it's if button pressed, do something. Yeah. If you want to detect if it is hovered. Item is hovered. Yeah. Yes, I have the same thing. It's just is hot. Is hot. So like if you want to detect whether this button is hot, you'd just do item is hot. Or just is hot. And you'd pass in the ID of the button. And it would tell you. There's a few, there's like is hot, is just hot, was just hot. So you can be like, so obviously like when you play the sound effect, you only play it once when it's just hot. So I have that is just hot. Play the sound effect. Yeah, event driven is another way to do it. Yeah. Which is also nice. I like them both. So like Windows, if you're programming Windows, is all event driven. You get callbacks when your button's being clicked. Yeah. You're going to build an event system then? Oh, UI system. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, if you're doing an event-driven thing, you do have to hold some state somewhere, even if it's just a handle to the event. That's the plus side of doing the IAM GUI way, is that you don't have to hold any state if you don't want to. The downside is you got to actually touch it every frame. If we go to the brain editor, mine are very like fire and forget, so just draw a combo box. And then you get a result back, and that's whether the combo box has changed or not. On key press logic, repeated over and over. Yeah, you got to ask, you got to touch it every frame. Yeah, that's what I mean. And the renderer as well. You got to submit draw. I suppose you have to submit. Depends if you're doing a tile-based render or not. See, it can be much more efficient doing the callback approach if you've not got very powerful hardware, because you can just, if you don't touch a button, you know, you don't have to re-render it. So you can just keep the last frame, the last frame's back buffer or whatever, that part of that part of the buffer, and you don't have to render it again, which is nice because you only render the things that's changed, which you get with the callback approach. Yeah, I have a couple of things for clashing IDs. I've got UI scope ID like that, and that allows you to just put in some more stuff just to make sure that in this scope the IDs is different. You can put anything there just to make a new ID, and it just combines. So it'll hash that to a number, and then it'll combine it with the original ID seed, I suppose, to make a new seed. So that when you do anything down here again, so say it'll give it unique IDs to something before. Then you have something else called scope region, which is exactly the same, except in the editor it draws a little region, another area. So you can actually separate them by regions visually. Yeah. Yeah, so if you do something like 4i to 100, and then you did like canvas draw button, hello, they would obviously be all the same ID of hello. So if you hovered over one, all of them would flash. But you can just do like UI scope ID like that, and then that would mean give them all different IDs. So that would be the way to do it. Right, I'm just going to take 2 minutes. I need to go to the loo. I'll be back though. Won't be long. Yeah. Yes, Invossy, thank you. Okay, let's get a fresh start. So what we've got, we need to work on the player being able to attack guy in a general kind of way. Like, I don't think the hero's ever going to be, well, they might be fighting the characters on their own. It might be like robots though. I'm undecided when you go to like a new location in the game whether to be inside kind of a robot walking around. So the player, you can attach a sword to them. Figure out how to do that. So it has skins. There, he's got his sword there. Skins, weapon, Morningstar or sword. Or none, I presume. Got something in the editor for attaching skins. I literally can't remember how this works. I think it's actually, you put it in the room. So a room can have rigs in it. All right, we'll look at it in the code. So what would it be? Room editor. Was it content? Game board content. Tick. Room editor then. Tick. Or group editor. Tick left panel. Game board editor. Tick left panel for collision paint paths. Must be paint. Rigs. Here we go. Skin. Set skin. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm just familiarizing myself how this works, how you set skins and stuff. I think it's just set skin. Animated routine, animation routines on enter. So let's just do rig dot set skin. What was it called? Sword, was it? Well, it's sword or weapon sword. Not sure. We'll follow this. I'll just see what happens. There's no skin called sword. Skins. Default. Oh man. There's 3 skins. See these guys, this is an external library. And they've written their own array, their own standard vector for some reason, even though they're trying to share this library with C++ users, which is a bad idea. But then there's no NatVis, so I can't see what's in the in any of the arrays without putting it into the watch window. So this skeleton data skins buffer. So that there we go. There's 3 of them. There we go. So that's called default. That's called weapon / sword. Okay. So that he should have a sword now, in theory. Look at him, there he is, got a little sword. Alright, we don't want to do that there though. We want a hero combat routine. We don't need an enter really. Well, we will do it for that one. Last V, what is that? Last velocity. It's basically going to be the same. We'll start it off as the same. And then we'll customize it. All right. So we'll say it's the same. It's not very big. So this is where we're going to put all of his combat animation stuff. Which is only really slashing with the sword at the moment. So it won't be very complicated. So after we send these events, handle these events, the attack event, we need to push on a new animation routine. So when he gets attacked, basically. Maybe. We either want to do that or we want to actually do that. On a key press. To get his sword out, put his sword away. Let's have a look at the key bindings. Nothing on R. On the R key. There's like a little bug there, little rendering bug. Might make a note of that. Controls, scroll box has a little text rendering. Has a text rendering. What is it doing? Renders the next wrong place. And scrolling. It's momentarily. It's a tiny little glitch that is fine at the moment. It does look weird when you... Alright. So we'll probably just bind this to the R key. I don't think anything is on the R key. Get your sword out. How do we do this? Let's go to game menus, controls menu. Config key actions. Here we go. Okay. So we need another one. Do we want to actually bind it to? What do we want to call it? Game specific input. do it at the end here then. Draw weapon. Is that how you say draw weapon? Nope. Draw weapon. Draw. Draw. Sheath. Draw sheath weapon. Okay. We'll put that on R for now. Game input action. Draw sheath weapon. Sheath weapon. Okay. And we probably want a strings en. Draw sheath weapon. All right. And that'll bind that to the R key. Hopefully. There isn't actually, I don't think there is a animation for actually drawing your weapon out in this. But in the future we can add one. We may actually have proper characters. What's the problem? Custom string literal. Yeah, that just means hash to a U64 number. Yes, that's compile time, string hash, just shorthand. So that's an ID. And that's the value. Key value pair, yeah. So this is part of the string localization. So this is strings.en, the strings.esp for Spanish. And then if you want to get the localized version out, you can do the lock, I think. If you can find out, I've done it for a while. That's it. So that gets to the localized version of whatever language is set in the configuration. So that's for the literal version, the case. Or you can just do lock. like that to get, you know. So if you want to do string localization. But yeah, that's how I handle the localization of strings. For all the strings that are known about at compile time, for all the strings in the code, strings in like dialogue and stuff, which are authored by the editor, use a slightly different system. I mean, the API is the same. You just use you just use the lock, I think. Can't remember actually. Let's have a look. There is a system for it. The dialogue system uses. Maybe it does a localization of a code. I can't remember. Like a ID rather than the string itself. Yeah, so that's using it there, look. So the menu pause controls. So if you set the language to be Spanish in the game, where is that? Where do you do that? Maybe it's not an option at the moment to set the language in the game. But eventually there'll be an option. How do you set the language? Set language. Alright, it's probably just here. Unless the set language is called somewhere. Set language. ESP. There's a bunch of stuff that doesn't have localization as well in it. Obviously that'll all need to have localization eventually. But a bunch of text. So whenever you get these square brackets, it means there's no localization for it. And you get a nasty error message right down the middle of the screen. Oh, there's the sheath weapon one. Alright, so that is bound to R now. Which means that when we press R, we can get the playable characters animation controller and send a combat event or something. Which will set it to the there it is. Yeah, so I haven't looked at that for a long time. Check it still works. How do I want to do this then? So game tick input. Probably do it here. If roaming input button is pressed, eGame input action, draw sheath weapon could just send an event to draw sheathe the weapon, I presume. That's what the rest of them seem to be doing, sending events. So we'll do it right at the end. Struct G event, draw sheathe weapon. We should have an owner ID. And go, what is it? Okay. Game state. Game state. Get game state. Get playable character. G event. So game events. Send G event. Draw sheathe weapon. And then the rig, the Hero Pro rig, the animation controller maybe. It's either the rig or the controller, I'm not sure. No, it's the controller. Or is it the Spidey? Not the Spidey. The hero guy. What are we looking at? No, not there. Animated rig types. It's the hero guy. Here. So it's get game events. Listen. G event. Draw sheathe weapon. You want to say if AC has animation override routine. We need to be able to say which one does he have. Oh, we can already do that. Hero Pro combat routine. AC play animation override routine. Hero Pro hero roaming. No, it's actually clear. Or end. Cancel animation override routine. Else play. It's like a toggle, isn't it? Hero combat routine. So if he already has the combat routine, we'll cancel it. Otherwise, we will play it, which means he will start. What's the problem here? Routine, animation, routines. Ooh, we need two things. No, we don't. What's the problem? What's the problem with this? Oh, nice one. Yeah, let us know how it goes. Oh, that's weird. Not sure why that is causing a problem. Oh, actually, I probably do know why. Probably didn't include it in the actual list of routines. No, we did not. So say hero Spidean. Want to change position. Just in Vossi, do you stream? You should stream all this if you're allowed. If this works, when we press the R key, your sword should pop out. We need on enter for this as well. For or an on leave. We'll have an on enter for here, where we just set the skin to be the default skin. Alright, okay. Dot stream. Alright, okay. No problem. So how are we getting the offset then into the structure? To get the position. How are we getting that info? Streaming's good for like people like me because I work on my own, you see, so if I didn't stream I wouldn't talk to anyone for all day, which can be nice sometimes, but not every day. So if I press the R key, his sword comes out. It doesn't go back though. It's not, the toggle is not working. So it's saying it doesn't have the Combat Pro routine. It does not. It says null opt. Press R again. The play animation routine is being reset. Look at this from DL there. How many classes upon classes upon classes that have one boolean? So we're calling cancel somewhere. Oh, the actual routine itself must be calling false. Fine. I mean, this is calling returning false all the time. Ah, it's a different thing, you see. The animation override routines are different. Should we return true? That's fine. I start at the base of the struct, get a pointer, for loop, increment the size. A given type. If the mem copy fails, what happens if you have two of the same type? Or would that never happen? Position and a velocity, you know what I mean? Still not going back. Oh, I've done the wrong one. I've done the wrong one. Still not working though. It does have the combat, the combat routine. So this is obviously not working. No, it is. Cancel. So it's cancelling. It's not calling it on enter after a cancel. Okay. Sometimes you do want to call on enter on the other ones. Sometimes we don't. Hard to distinguish. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of impossible, I think. From a data point of view, position and velocity are exactly the same. Or an array of 2 floats would be the same as a position in terms of memcopy as well. Yeah, okay. Can you dynamic cast the address to a vec2? Would that work? Is that something that works? Does it only work for base classes and overridden classes? I'm not sure. Or type ID. Maybe. Type ID, just get void. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Difficult one, that, innit? So most of the time when we cancel animation overrides, we want to then call enter animation routines. Most of the time. To enter the new ones again. The only place we don't want to do that is here. Yeah, cool, man. That's good. As long as it works for what you need it to do, it's good. As long as it works. So I might make another one called reset animation override routine. Which does this. Probably needs to return whether it did or not. Rest, I want reset. I actually think it does need to return whether it did it or not. Maybe it does. No, it does. It does. And the cancel is just gonna go reset animation, override routine, enter like that, and then this is a reset. I think that's gonna be fine. Oh, crazy! It gets more and more complicated the more and more I get into it. So we reset it, and that won't call enter. And then we'll just enter after we've reset the new routine. So press R again, it will cancel. This should now enter the new one. Just like it did. There we go. Obviously no animation play. But when we actually do the actual proper rig for the game, we could actually play a cool animation there. And drawing his weapon out. I suppose E now. What does E need to do? Maybe we do tack with the mouse press. Okay. Okay, so now I need to set up the attack for the player. How do we do that with the Spidey? So the player needs a combat controller. I assume. So get game state, just game state, create combat controller. There's not an NPC version of that. Really? Let's see what this does. Not the create. Well. So we start listening to a bunch of events, basically. So in theory, this should be simpler because we can press buttons now to change the combat state. The Spidean. The Spidean has to do it all with the behavior tree. We don't have to do that with this. So what do we get with a combat controller? Okay, so let's look at the behavior types and just see action, NPC attack PC. So you have to set the combat attack state to warming up and then set combat attack target. So there's two calls there. Which is not ideal. So I might put that into one call called void warm up attack. The combat attack level. And then we want NPC ID NPC target. So that's set combat attack state, warming up level, add combat attack target. So this is because we were going to be like, you could have multiple targets. So that now can be CC warm up attack level, get game state, get playable character. And we could do void warm up attack targets as well. And that will just be set combat attack state, warming up level, What does that do? Just adds a unique. For auto targets add combat attack target. So we'll do 2. So if we want the hero to attack, it's the same thing really. So we want to, do we want to attack with the mouse button? We'll attack with the mouse button for now. So the combat controller probably can't run this. It probably has to come from so if we press the mouse button, we basically need to, if we're in if the playable character, I don't know how we do this. If we press the, like, how do we know if we're in a combat state as the playable character? We've got this draw sheath weapon thing. And the hero priority listens to it. I think the game state also got to listen to it. And I have to say if game state get playable or is playable character. I wonder if, so this listens to draw sheath weapon. I wonder actually if it should listen to a different event now. We should send an event which is like game combat state changed. And then we can test, rather than test where we have the override routine, we can test, we can just ask what the actual state of the, whether we're in combat or not. Maybe something like or game play state. I don't know what I would say. We'd have normal in combat. Maybe. We'll go with this for a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check it in. And then if this turns out to be a bad idea, we can go back. So we just basically want one of these. Gameplay state, normal. And then on empty level, empty game, make sure we turn it back to normal. And then on the events, when we listen to draw sheave weapon event, if it's the playable character, we can just say if game state gameplay state is equal to normal, gameplay state is equal to in combat equal to normal. So we're going to go if we're going to go auto old gameplay state equals game state dot gameplay state, and then we're going to go if all gameplay state is not equal to game state dot gameplay state. Now we can fire an event. G event gameplay state changed. Say that all value is equal to the old gameplay state dot the new value is equal to game state dot gameplay state. So we could do something like that. I could just make a constructor for it. All gameplay state, game state, gameplay state. Do that. And then on the game event types, just make one. Need that constructor as well. What's going on here? And then the rig actually listens for the gameplay state change. Yeah, we need to know the owner ID as well. Who owns this event? E.owner ID. I just put this here. Okay. So it should basically be the same. But the game knows we're in combat now. What's the problem? Massive long error. No appropriate default constructor. So, yeah, the game knows we're in combat now. So he doesn't actually have to look for that. We need to say if e.new state is equal to e-gameplay state in combat. Oh, very good. Yeah, let us know. Let me say if not, already has the combat routine. We do that. Else if e.new state else, so we need the actual animation controller up here. Here, see, it's animation override. There we go. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. That's a nice general purpose solution, that. It doesn't matter on the structure layouts. It's the same problem, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Nice one. Right then, so now if I press the R key, we get a gameplay state change event. Yeah, no problem. Sounds great. So we got the state. Old state was normal. New state's in combat. Plays it. Press it again. Old state's in combat. New state's normal. Cancel it. There we go. That's much nicer. So the game knows we're in combat now. So when I press the mouse key, if we're in roaming mode and we're in combat, we can play the attack animation. Okay, I'm gonna have 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back soon. Get back. So if we're in combat and we press the E key, we want to do the actual animation or attack. So interestingly, we can't click off this menu anymore. That is modal thing that we just wrote is not working. Oh no. I have to say if x.type is equal to type. There we go. Let's fix that problem. Yeah, there we go. Let's check that death screen still works though. Oh look, he's not attacking me now. What's going on there? Broken something. So set combat state is not returning for some reason. Combat state is none. Right, so what's happened there then? I've changed something there and it's broken the combat. Idean. Right, so what's going on there? We get here even. We do get there. So did we delete the combat state changed event listener? What did we delete there? No one's listening to this anymore. Maybe they never did. ID is junk as well. For this combat controller. Actually, this whole combat controller is junk. Oh, I know what's going on here. It's this. We've been through this before. You can't have this here. I'll just do this like this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I did know about that problem and I didn't fix it. Thing is, like, this combat controller is gonna get moved probably. So if I pass this in, and the combat controller gets moved, this doesn't point to it, to the combat controller anymore. It just points to junk memory. Yeah, you can't capture this in any of these controllers. Okay, let's see if that's fixed it. Yeah, there we go. Get my sword out now and go after him. Don't have an attack yet though. So what? How do I want to handle attack? So the thing is about accepting a menu. Like, the problem is if I handle attack with the E key, the E key might do something. I want to do something else. Like that. Like open a menu or something. So let's look. That was the crafting menu. We broadcast the crafting menu. Crafting bench. So we're saying, so we're getting the input, which is the roaming input. Button is pressed OK. That no longer would be good because we might be in combat. But here's the thing, I think we probably do want to be able to open menus in combat. We just want to withhold the attack. We don't want to play the attack. Yeah. How do you want to handle this then? What I want is what do I want? So if my weapon is out, we're technically in combat mode now. So if I press the E key, do I want a menu to open or do I want him to attack? Right now the menu opens. Well, I could do it so he does both. That's not very good though. I think if you're in combat and you come across here and that happens, you don't want to accidentally open a menu either. That would be really annoying. I mean, there'd never be a craft. Well, there might be a crafting bench near the you're getting attacked. So who's broadcasting? That comes from the editor. So can I just suppress the key press? Consume press. If I consume the press, the attack probably won't happen most of the time. Don't have to remember to consume the press though. Not quite sure how we would handle this nicely. It's there as well. Entity interaction. Could write something like where we could put all the broadcastable events in a list. And then every frame we could check if there are broadcastable events in the game events listeners. And if there are broadcastable events, when we press the E key, we don't play the animation. We don't do the attack. Maybe. That's maybe the best way to do this. Everything just goes in callbacks. This callbacks array. So we could have something like that's the listeners. We want the actual any events coming in. I think that would be very no, that would be too hard. That would be impossible actually to do that. Events are stored in any kind of array. The listeners are. So what I don't really want to do is be like, listening, we are listening. I don't want to do that for every single time you listen. The pointers are different, oh really? Oh, sorry about that. That's unfortunate. We could actually do it more with the input, couldn't we? So it'd be game state events. What are we listening for here? That we're listening for the E key, the enter key. Like if roaming input. So this needs to actually be button is down. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Doing the combat controller really. Tick. I can say if get game state dot is playable character auto input equals get game state get roaming input. If input dot button is down, e-game input action okay. We need to start firing. Yeah, so we're going to say if get game state dot get gameplay state we don't have yet. Keep it up. Nice one. Gameplay state get gameplay state. So if we're in combat and with a playable character, we can do stuff. Good luck. Hope it works out. Now the easiest way to solve this is not to put it on the E key. Yeah, maybe we don't do it like this. Maybe we do it with the hotbar rather than the R key as well. We put it all in the hotbar. I think that's actually a lot better. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. So we could put it on the hotbar. We could put the sword on the hotbar. I don't know. I didn't think about that. And then we can just like, oops. We can just press the 1 key to attack. Maybe, maybe not. All right. Keep working on it. Keep working on it. So we could actually just ask for the mouse. Well, they're both linked. I don't know if I do want it on the hotbar because that's just not makes sense for like items. You basically need to suppress this if the focus is on something else is hot, basically. It's only these broadcasts, isn't it? So can we do input.suppress consume press for all of these? Well, let's just do it on the crafting bench. So we got 1. Consume press didn't work. So we get 1 press if we're doing this broadcast. So I wonder why that consume doesn't work. Let's get this one first. Game events.tick. Ah, it's because that's looking at down. If this was just pressed. We wouldn't get this bang, I don't think. We do get it first. That's weird. I didn't build. I'm happy, and I'm probably happy to do a consume press with an argument which will test if it's pressed, and if it's pressed, it will consume it. But then that's on the actual press, so the mouse has to be the button has to be released there. And really, what we do want is we want that to be on the down. No problem here. Visual Studio is hanging. There we go. Mind you, the button, I wonder if we are actually just doing, like, do the action when the button goes down rather than gets released. It might be actually, in which case that's good. Whoops. Just press the E key now. The consume press didn't seem to do anything. calling tick triggers after. So maybe if you do this. It looks like it is just on the down key. So we could solve this by making a consume press. Something that does both of these together. Button is pressed and consume press. There we go. So bang didn't get hit. Whereas if I do that, it goes to bang. Yes, that's it. That's the solution. Okay. So we want full consume press eGame input action. We have to say if button is pressed, input action, consume press, return true, else return false. And then these can be all consume presses. Which will mean that he won't swing his sword. If we're interacting with like another menu or something, we want to open another menu instead. Yeah, really. I wish I could help you out. I don't really know anything about Unreal Engine though, unfortunately. Yeah, good idea. Take 5 minutes. You probably think of the solution if you step away from the computer. That often happens. Okay, so if I press it, we get bang there. If I do this, what I don't want is when I open this to get a bang. If I don't, or if I talk to, ooh yeah, if I talk to an NPC. There might be a bunch of places where we need to say consume press now. I don't know if we got a bang there or not. Yeah, see you later, yeah. Have a good hour off. I probably won't be here when you get back, unfortunately. I'm finishing a bit earlier today, about 2:45. Yeah, we did get a bang there. Alright. So let's have a look for all the input button is pressed places. Actually, we can filter out even better. Its button is pressed OK. Not many places. We're in dialogue. Actually, it doesn't matter there. Well, that's actually button is down. That's consume press. What's this? That's consume press. What is this input here? Get input. This must be the dialogue input. So we can actually just say button is pressed. Okay. No bang there. There is a bang there though. It's in game state actually, isn't it? It's this one. Tick NPC dialogue. That's what causes it. Why is that different now? So when do we tick the combat controller? Where do we do that? I assume it's in game state somewhere. entities. What does this get called? The game state.tick. So it'll do the NPC first, then it'll do the entity. So this should consume the press. So it should be fine. It should work. I don't know why it didn't work. Sort my mic out. How long have I been going for building now? It's been a while. So, yeah, this... We tick the dialogue first, which means that should consume the press, and then we get along to the combat. Try and capture in. Okay, so the button should be consumed. So it did work. That didn't work, that one though. I don't know where this guy's going. He's probably getting off down here, isn't he? Wait for him. No bang there. I think that's working. This guy seems to be stuck though. Tick NPC patrols for Jenny. This person's called Jenny. So the fast travel controller is doing it. So the fast travel controller is handling it not very well. So we're in fast travel out. It's probably because I interrupted it, you know, as she was moving out of her fast travel. So is this still, so after delay? So that must not have fired there. So set it. It'd obviously get current patrol there. It was interrupted. Like the patrol was interrupted. Wasn't available. So to actually fix this, we need to get the actual patrol. Not the current patrol. So we want to do U64 patrol ID. That one, I think. Yeah. And this actually has to get sent through. And this has to be get patrol. Get current patrol. So this has to be get game patrols. Find patrol. Patrol ID. Is that right though? Ooh. Find available patrol. So I think we want find patrol in general. So optref patrol find patrol for, well, yeah, U64 patrol ID. I mean, so I want to say find patrol state. Patrol route node ID. So that's just for auto state patrol states. If state dot root node ID patrol root ID return state. I think it's just that. So now this is get patrol. So this is get game patrols. Get patrol. Find patrol state. Patrol node ID. And there as well. Node ID. All right, so we'll check both of these. It's patrol node ID. So what was happening is the patrol became unavailable when I talked to her. So the pause reason never got reset. So patrols can pause. Patrols just mean get the NPC from place to place in the world, and it can get paused for some reason. All right, how's it going? Yeah. You all right? Yeah. You all right?
Yeah, Richard's coming. Are we going to be able to speak?
Yeah. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Show me what I'm doing.
It's taken quite a while to compile these now. Might have to reset Visual Studio, restart it. Okay, no, it's okay. So let's just go back. Just wait for Jenny to do something, basically. All I want to check is that this code path now works. Or still works. Threshold tag beam. It's only it's the beam one. There's two ways. Monorail. It's this one. It's the same. It's here. This is the one that I want to actually follow. Not the other one. Okay. So I just want to check that we find the patrol state and we reset the pause reason. All right, good. And then what I want to do is talk to her and see now, because that obviously can't, the patrol's not available, obviously, if you're talking to her. And see if it still gets reset. The pause still gets reset. Right, there she goes. She need to jump in and talk to her before she has a chance to end a patrol. Or resume a patrol, I mean. Ah. Probably have to head off in 5 minutes, I think. Head off a bit earlier today. All right. Let's just go and wait for I did have my sword out when I talked to her as well. See, I actually want... He kind of wants to jump on the monorail, doesn't he? Let's spawn that monorail menu. It's hard to test that. Try it one more time. So I think I need to stop him, really stop walking though. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's a bit hard to test, but that should be fine. Alright, so the combat controller now. When we do this, we need to just do warm up attack. Attack level 0. Target. So we need to basically, this is where we need to find, we need a little zone. To find all the NPCs just in front of me. We'll just say ENPC ID Spidean for now. And then we need to push a ready state event. This is ID level. So we don't know who we're attacking. We just say we're attacking Spidean for now. We don't really know about the level of attack as well. Also, this is not great here. Cast into NPC ID. Oh, this is an NPC combat attack state change. The playable character one, we could make a different one for that. We'll see. That's just ID. So what does this actually do? We might need to make a different one actually, because this moves the character to the proper location. I don't actually think you want to do. Yeah, this is going to have to be a different event. Right, execute event. is valid. Send the event. So yeah, this is different. Okay, cool. So I'm going to put a note here. I'm just going to go here. That's where we're starting from. All right, I'm going to head off now. 2:30. Bit tired today, and I need to finish a bit earlier today. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably from about 9:30 British time. Yeah, see you later.